G'day everybody, and welcome back to my Scrapyard build world that's getting a little bit overwhelming. Um, my plan for this morning is to just kind of take my time, do a few extra builds for the Scrapyard mod, see if I can get it updated to a point where I can upload the updated version for you guys, because after the testing on Friday, I definitely need to make some changes to this little set of grids, because they have way too much of, well, a few things. So I've got to fix that. And I also feel like yeah, it was pretty much just this set of builds that I added that had too many batteries, I believe. I don't think I ran into them excessively elsewhere. I don't think so. But there are also a couple of other things I'd like to do aside from getting that done. One is potentially, for the third time, completely redo all of my sheds. Though I may not need to. I've been tempted to redo these now that I know that these shelving units with the landing gear, I could just drop them on this shed and blueprint them with that attached. So that the prefab just comes with that already locked, done. No need for all of this battery shenanigans, no need for these connectors occupying space, none of that. They'll just be there. And part of me is really tempted to do that because it'll make it much easier to make these sheds interesting. In that I don't have connectors occupying space, or I don't have awkwardness like I've got with this set, where the connector goes through the door. But I don't know whether it's worthwhile doing that, or whether I just accept that these ones will have kind of a legacy setup, and I'll start setting up new ones in other ways. Still torn on that. But even if I don't get to that, what I would like to do a bit of today is start designing a small parachutable drop pod that I can put a variety of different things in that I could use for Nev's Twitch integration. Because what I'd really like to do is have something that's usable with that Twitch integration, something that can be there for lots of different ways of playing Space Engineers that might be useful. I could even have different sets that come, but generally speaking, just something that's useful but is relatively easy to trap. That's kind of what I'm thinking of it so far. But yeah, that's the plan for the morning. Just taking it a bit easy, having a bit of a chill, building some stuff, designing some things, getting some ideas from you guys that mean that I can push this even further. And yes, these are helicopters. These are some of the designs that were submitted. I think... I don't think I discovered anything on the helicopters that I was like, oof, that shouldn't be there when I was doing it. No. No. I think the helicopters are okay. But yeah, what I'm going to begin with is this stuff down here, because this stuff is a bit of an oopsie. There's more stuff here than there should be, because there are two. In both of these buildings, there's a basic assembler, and they need to go. But also, I need more than one variant of this little shack. Because it's got a set of racks here, which has a power cell in it. And that one power cell really adds up. The helicopters are meant to, some have hydrogen thrusters, some not, so that's okay. Thanks so much, Terra dear. Thank you for 28 months. And thanks, Redshirt Wookie, for the Prime sub. I'm glad you're enjoying the scenario. And thank you, Taz, for 16 months at tier 3. Thank you very much. But yeah, hope everyone's having a good morning. or evening, or whatever time of day it is for you. It is freezing here. Does my phone give me what it feels like? Because it is colder than it says. Feels like 8. Yep, it does feel like 8 degrees in my shed. It is not fun. Hey, Mythos! Thank you very much for tier 2 for 39 months. Thank you. I mean, I've got 2 heaters. They just also, you know, they have graphics cards. The 2 heaters are my 2 PCs that are running currently. Let's get rid of that. Oops. Let's get rid of that. And might pop out those. And then see what I can do to make this one look a bit different to the others, to the other one. Is there a reason I didn't include the compass mod in the scenario? Yeah, because it's something that's you can definitely play without, as I have played my scenario without it. And my general rule of thumb with scenarios is if it's not required, I won't include it. Minimize the number of mods that are actually in the scenario to make sure that you're not pushing people to have stuff that isn't actually needed. That's my take. I think most people have added it, and I understand why you would. Similarly with the improvised experimentation or improvised engineering mod. I think most people have added that. But because they're not strictly required, again, didn't include them myself. I think making a hole in the roof is probably one of the quickest ways for me to make this one look different to the other. Thanks, that the guy. Thanks for the 100 bits. Jean-Luc, did you comment that on YouTube as well? Because I did see someone commenting that on YouTube, that in the first stream of the Scrapyard test play, some of you guys might have noticed that I had my 3x3 wheels lock up on me. And caused my rover to flip. Apparently, some people are saying that setting the strength to absurd limits can end up giving you control of your rover again. Set it to absurd limits, then set it back, and yeah, which is interesting. I'm going to try something. Now, down here, I've got these little piles of scrap that are just like, what even blocks even are these? Passage sides, weapon racks, cargo container, chairless desks in weird orientations. I'm thinking I might put a little bit of scrap in this little shed area as a way of filling out this area, this spot. I think it could be a decent way of getting some interest in here. Then I might go with that, and this is something I hadn't really done before, and I kind of like the concept. Especially once you grind these down. Creates a nice little pile of wreckage. Oh, that's not good. Hmm. Thanks, Mythos. Thank you for the 300 bits. Yes, you can definitely find hydrogen thrusters. There are some hidden ones, and there are some ones on in more expected places, like on the back of a truck. But there are definitely hydrogen thrusters to be found. You can get your way to space. That's kind of my end goal currently for my own playthrough. Let's try the passage 3 wall. See if it has the Z fighting. Yeah, that's better. That was unpleasant to look at. And then last thing I want to do is probably put another... Try that. How does this look ground down? Yeah. Just putting a bit of junk in the corner. Then I need to get my shelves. Where are shelves? Got them somewhere on these. Okay. I'm going to pop out this one with the power cells. And instead... yes. Perfect. Perfect. No space salvages yet. There you go. You can have some reactor components. Alright. I think that works. No space salvages yet. I would like to get this chunk added to the core mod first. And then I'll progress on to doing space stuff later. But to my mind, I'd like to have the initial part of the mod feel more complete first. Like, I could easily let myself get distracted and go and build some stuff in space, and then we kind of have this sort of half completed in multiple ways mod scenario thing, rather than having something that feels complete up to a point and then you can decide how to take it from there. That's kind of my feeling on it. Space stuff, I should be able to relatively quickly put together something that's... Oh man, that's really hard to paint. Something that's relatively decent fairly quickly, thanks to all the MES, thanks to all the ACS builds. Because the ACS builds should give me enough things. Ooh. Doesn't look too bad. I think we'll go with the half. So one of the reasons I haven't done any sort of articulated trucks, any semi-trailer style trucks, is mostly that I feel like that's something that the player should be building themselves, as opposed to me just handing them. Because that's kind of the fun of... For me, that's the fun of this, is being able to build something like that and make it be useful. Alright. I think that kind of works. Now there's one that has a power cell, and this doesn't have anything in it, does it? No. And there's one that doesn't have a power cell. Ooh, while I'm here, let's quickly do something. Leave to main menu. I have a little survival build world that I was putting a few blocks in that I was going to make a blueprint of with various components at different states. And I just looked at that power efficiency module, and I think that's a perfect block for it. Deckman, if you grind down a battery while holding a full inventory, you will still scrap the power cells. Doesn't matter whether your inventory is full or not. So what I've got here is, this is a survival mode world where I'm using creative mode tools, but the idea was to create things like this engine that's almost completely scrap, but has a power cell in it. And then this one, which is a slightly different level of scrap, but still has a power cell, but no computers. Then we've got a small cargo container with motors, but no displays, one metal grid, programmable block with the computers, but not with the large steel tubes, that sort of thing. So just having a few random components missing, but not the end components, which can't be done in a creative mode world. You actually can't do this in creative mode because you can't place stuff from midway through the construction stage. I hadn't really worried about bringing this into the save because I hadn't really thought about what other blocks I need. But now I know. Now I know what other blocks I need. The other blocks I need to do here, just quickly, are the power efficiency module and solar panels. Broken solar panels that still have a couple of cells in them, sort of thing. Oh yeah, just the truck part of a semi-trailer could be fun to build. Especially at the scale that I built the flatliner at. I'm still proud of my name for that. What was I doing? Efficiency modules. Where are you? There. I don't really care about the speed modules, but the power efficiency ones, they could work. With a few variants. There's another way to give power cells that are a bit more interesting. Just have two variants on each thing. I don't want to do too many. It gets a bit silly.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Yes, I know. Inventory's full. Go away. Oh, that's another good thing to confirm. Yes, when you take power cells out of power efficiency modules, you do get them back. I had this big cargo over here for a reason, didn't I? Cool. That's fine as is. We'll get stuff out of this one. So in my head, most of the stuff that I want for the scrapyard kind of feels a bit, what's the term I'm looking for? A bit Mad Maxy, that sort of thing. Like, I want things to look pretty run down. And I've also got to do that within the limits of what I can do with Space Engineers being what it is. Alright, let's change creative mode off. Okay, so I want to grab maybe a couple of small steel tubes and a power cell. one of the biggest challenges I've had, and one of the things that I get that a lot of people ask about is stuff that would have a requirement for large flat areas. And most things that people suggest I don't really want to do because they don't work, because they need a large flat area, like train stations and the like. I'd love to do them, but the MES just can't do it in any reasonable way. And I think that's also an issue often with, like, it's just trying to find builds that you can imagine existing in a rundown town in the real world, but also work with Space Engineer's build aesthetic. Okay. I don't think there were any other blocks that I was thinking of. I think the rest of them are fairly easy to get the right components in by just grinding them down normally. Alrighty, let's make a blueprint of this. Creative mode. Well, road train hospitals, firehouses, and police stations kind of fit that they're huge buildings sort of problem. To make those believable buildings, you need a really big thing. And we can't really do a really big thing. Because if you try and do a really big thing, you end up with something that really doesn't work. And ships have a huge number of potential problems. Because I'm not sure that I can control what areas of the planet something actually spawns at. So you'll end up with ships up in the mountains. And that, to me, is just horrible. Just absolutely horrible. So I wouldn't want that at all. What I've been mulling over is whether there's any way for me to have builds. Let me just get into the build world for a sec, and then I'll talk this through. But basically, one of the things that'd be really nice is to be able to place stuff at the right offsets laterally, but then still somewhat conform to terrain vertically, and keep its rotation relative to the main grid. As far as I'm aware, with MES, that's impossible. You have two options. You can have a strict X, Y, Z, and rotation offset, which is fixed based on the position of the first grid, which means that you'll have floating or underground other grids. Or you can do what I'm currently doing and have randomly placed stuff that conforms the terrain to the terrain, where you cannot control the rotation of it, you can't control, you just can't control the rotation of it, but nor can you control exact XY, but you can set a rough distance from the main grid. And that means I can't do believable military compound, secure facility sort of fencing, which is a pity, because I think for a lot of these industrial sort of setups, that would work really well. If you had little fences around a bunch of buildings and you had like a little gatehouse, a little checkpoint type thing, I think that would work really well. But I have, as far as I understand, and I've talked to TFE about this, and he knows MES a lot better than I do, as far as I understand, it's impossible currently. I don't know how hard it'd be, but it'd be kind of cool for this style of MES mod if Lucas could come up with a way of having basically a grid. You define the size of the boxes in the grid, and then stuff spawns randomly inside that grid, but with controlled rotational offsets. So that'll avoid you ever spawning things inside each other. That'd allow you to build fences that are in sensible positions, that sort of stuff. But to come up with a system like that is no small task. And it's not used by many of the MES mod. Like, I don't know how many would actually use it. So I just don't see it happening. But yeah, then you'd be able to do randomly generated towns, then you'd be able to do randomly generated all sorts of stuff, because then those offsets would be more like games that have towns in them, like, say, for example, 7 Days to Die, that sort of thing. Hopefully more like 7 Days to Die and less like Minecraft in terms of how janky they look. Thanks, True Dragon. Thank you for the Prime sub. And thank you as well, Duke of Frags. Abandoned Settlements uses MES, and Abandoned Settlements uses the same systems that I do, except their offsets do weirder things because they've got buildings that go underground that probably shouldn't, and buildings that go floaty that probably shouldn't. Whereas I've been, let's say, particular about that little aspect. I have been very careful to avoid that altogether. It's something that I have felt is very important to not have things floating as much as possible. There are still little bits of the hangars that float because, well, they're hangars. They're big. It's really hard to get them to not float. And I didn't want to... I didn't, with the hangars, want to go and build too much underground. Delete that thing. Okay. Now, does this had a basic refinery. Did I accidentally put in 2 of the same one? Or did I just get 2 of the same spawns? I think I just got 2 of the same spawns. Okay. This no longer has anything excessively valuable. That is good. Now, can I do what I'm wanting to do here? Which is, I want to put a landing gear, a mag plate down. Oh wait, no. I can do that on the other one. Around here. I want to put a mag plate down there. And then I want to see if I can get that cap in. Let me place this in. I don't think it's going to. But what I wanted to do was drop this in here. The way I think to do that would be... Ooh. I know how I can do that. This might be useful for some other stuff too. Huh. I'm going to add improvised experimentation to this world. Thanks, K-Node Flip. Thanks for the Prime sub. Because what I would normally have done would be grab a flying vehicle and just drop it in there, but this works just as well. The mod to use collision boxes for placement is there? Huh. Maybe I can use that. I'm gonna have to test. Chozo, yes, I'm aware. That's exactly why I'm doing this way. Because what I'm doing is placing something that's going to be attached by this mag plate to this grid, and then that mag plate's going to get deleted. The reason I'm aware is because Aragath told me about it the other week. But I did just have a thought. If I'm allowed to place based off hitboxes, just do this. Oh, that's probably a bit low. Nope. It's probably going to snap if I get too close. Alright, let's not do that. But yeah, the thing about Control-Alt-X or Control-X or whatever is really handy for me in this setting because it means I don't need to do the whole deleting a whole lot of extra blocks to get things to work. But basically the idea here is this mag plate will get deleted, which means this end cap for this pipe, which was the original way this was submitted, will just be loose on the ground, which is kind of cool. And it looks like it's fallen off the end of the pipe. I really like it. But what we need to do, rename this so it actually gets deleted. But yeah, it was a really cool build element, and I'm like, yes, I will do that. That is a great idea. Also, I need to get rid of these rotors for this one because we don't need them. That's a subgrid that's not required. Now I probably just need to put a couple of things in here to make it look a bit more industrial again. Maybe I will give something nice here. Maybe a partially built cargo container. Same damage on both of those, I think they are. Doop, doop, doop. Pop that out and then grab. Nope, wrong block. Oops. Oh well. Just randomly, I'll just randomly hit delete things. It's fine. There we go. That feels a bit better. Yeah, so I wanted to do this here because in this case, this conveyor pipe cap can't actually be placed against the ground. If I avoid my... Oh, that's the other thing. I can use this trick for these. So I'm probably going to have to redo my cranes and use landing gear for doing some of the tricks on them. So they're even more difficult to circumvent. But like little bits of stuff fallen from the roof is, if it can be, is best locked down to the grid. But where it can't be, to make it believable, I think it's really nice to be able to have it floating loose. Right. So we've got those two now, and that should be all of the high value stuff, i.e. the assembler, removed. While the mag plates would allow me to have roof sections that look better, the performance hit for that aesthetic lift is not worth it to me. There does come a point where it's like, actually at this point we're reaching diminishing returns, and it's much better if I just don't. If it looks decent without having to use that effect, then I'll do it that way. Um, there aren't attachment points for neons on these pipes, so there's no way to attach something to make it look swung open. While there might be attachment points on the side of these, I'm not sure that there are either. Yeah, there's no attachment points for the swung open lid, sadly. Because that would indeed look cool. Thanks, O'Neill. Ah, O'Neill with 2 L's as well. The better O'Neill. Thanks for the Prime sub. I'm just going to leave that there without explaining why. Alright. The O'Neill with a sense of humour. So the other thing I was going to look at was, I can't remember whether this had anything. Air vent, access panels, O2H2 gen. Yeah, I think we're going to remove these. Yes, something like that, Core. Something like that. Alright. Goodbye, goodbye. Let's see what other machinery we can put in here that will make this look interesting without giving a whole bunch of stuff. And then let's go with... go that, then I'll put the collector down the bottom. Yeah. Okay, now I can put some end caps on here and do some stuff with that. With the addition of signs, can you modify them to be more customized? I would assume so. The same way you'd make any block mod. But, from what I understand, block mods, from what I've attempted to do in the past, I should say, block mods are hard. I would need a lot of coaching from someone like Chipsticks to probably pull that off. Like, it's not hard to make textures that do those that are those things. It's hard to make textures that space engineers realize do those things. That's the real challenge. I kind of want to make some more just random pipe sections that kind of go to a smokestack or something like that. Bits for this. So I'm going to grab... Let's do that. Start with a... Ooh. Yeah, let's start with some pipe works. See what I can do with this. Because what I'd like this to look like is you stepped into a refinery or a brewery or something like that. Every time I think of this stuff, I just think about, on my way to uni, I used to walk past a large brewery and just looking at all the pipes going everywhere and being like, that's completely inscrutable. I have no idea where that where anything is going here. Hey, Leatherboy. Thanks so much. Charlie's doing great. She's very happy in... So it's reasonably cold. Charlie is a short-haired dog. So she sleeps in her... She sleeps in a coat. And I've got her kind of crate, which is gigantic, set up with a blanket over it and a cover. And with that, she seems to stay plenty warm enough for her tastes. She's never curled up tightly in a ball when I find her. MGM still owns Stargate, but Amazon owns MGM. Amazon, unfortunately, are deciding to do a complete reboot without the original creators to do a new Stargate series. I mean, at least that was the plan before the writers' strike. Not sure if things have changed. There's a lot of large steel tubes. Let's cut that. Well, maybe that one. We can have a few. Up to, yeah. So yeah, I have zero faith in Amazon ever producing anything good ever. Which I do realize what platform I'm on as I say that. But their TV and ugh. I can understand why Stargate might benefit from a reboot. The kind of the position that they left it off with after defeating the Ori doesn't leave a lot of room for Earth to be the challenged opponent, but maybe the protagonists don't need to be the little guy this time around. Maybe they could do like Stargate but different rather than the exact same model again. And yes, SG-1, I don't think you can recreate SG-1 and do it justice anymore because it was very much a product of its time. A much more optimistic time. I think is probably the best way to put that. What do we do here? Could do a little bridge, I guess. Actually, I think I'll just do one normal, one armored, and then we do this, and you'll see why in a sec. So one of the downsides of using the armored ones in this instance is they'll have 3 boring sides and 1 interesting side. However, if I do it like this, and then put armor plates around it, I can have all interesting sides. I've never watched SGU, so I can't comment on Stargate Universe and what it was like. The style and approach to it just didn't appeal to me at all, so I was like, nah, I'm not going to waste my time. I liked that SG-1 and Atlantis were more light-hearted. They knew how to not take themselves too seriously. Now, I realize an issue with what I'm doing here, and that is, how on earth do I do the inside surface? Because you can't do this bit. So what I was thinking of doing there was probably this. Which means I need... those. What are those? Something to attach. Where from? Oops, did not mean to press F2 there. Okay, we have a gateway. Now I just need to grind random chunks of it down. My idea was, in fact, to have every single one of these plates ground down. So that this looks a bit like the armored conveyors, but as I said, interesting from all sides. I'm realizing, however, I should have done one thing. I probably should have ground down some of the pipe work before I put all these plates on the outside. Because now I'm going to have to remove some of them to get in there to grind down bits of the pipe work. Did not expect to be talking the future of Stargate this morning. I just wish that people would come up with some new stuff. Because the times when some new sci-fi has been added in either gaming or in TV and it's been carefully thought out, like, I just think back to the level of excitement I had the first time I played Mass Effect. There was so much potential in that universe they created. They created something really special there. They squandered it later, but they created something really, really special. And I really look forward to playing something and feeling like that again. Or watching something and feeling like that. And I just don't think I'll feel that way when all they're trying to do is milk me for money off my nostalgia. I don't want a Firefly reboot. If you're going to do something with a series that's that well loved, I think what you really need to do is take Space Western and make it again. Make a new Space Western. Don't remake the same one. Use the raw concept and go, I can make something different with this. Yeah, them nostalgia bucks. Indeed. Could I have copy-pasted a thing on the gateway? Yes. Yes, I could have. Did I even think any part of this through before I was building it? No. No, I did not. Something else I probably should have done was replace these corner pieces with T-pieces so they became an attachment point for different bits. But did I think of that? No. No, I didn't. Not until right now. But yeah, like, I'd really love to see something new. And sci-fi's ripe for new things. Like the Orville. The Orville was new. I really, really liked that show. I don't think it's coming back, but I really liked it. Yeah, Farscape. I don't... Like, that's another sci-fi concept that hasn't had much done with it in recent times. As far as I'm aware anyway, but really need Capac to be part of this discussion for me to feel like I've got any sort of confidence that anything I'm saying is even vaguely true. Apart from the Stargate stuff. The Stargate stuff I know, because I follow everyone... yeah, I follow everyone on Twitter that's involved with that. Brad Wright, etc. I like that Farscape had a definitive conclusion. I don't want the people to do Farscape, but the concept of someone ending up on board this... Like, the concept of the human as the fish out of water isn't something I've seen a lot of. Yeah, Farscape was cancelled too early, but at least it gives some degree of satisfaction in the ending that you do get. It's not the most satisfying ending, but it is an ending. Okay, there we go. Got a little gateway. We've got a little tube that looks like an old school water refill thing for steam trains. Now these also need to change, because that's... no, that's fine. That's needs to go. Because I'm a monster. Doesn't Red Dwarf have 2 series in the works? An animated and a live action? Because the 2 creators kind of were fighting over it for years, and now they finally agreed that, hey, maybe what if we both do it? We can both make money? No, I never watched Altered Carbon. There are a lot of shows that I never watched. I just don't take the time to. I need to make something taller. If we look at all these buildings, they're all about the same sort of height. I need some height variation in the next thing I build for this. Something to give us a bit more of a difference. I know a lot of people loved The Expanse, but I got so bored in the 2nd season. And I completely lost interest and stopped watching. That's just me. Not saying it was bad, just saying I lost interest. Oh, poop. I need to grind down these neons. Honestly, The Expanse to me ended up feeling like what so many shows do that don't know what to do after their first season. Where instead of having interesting stories that kind of vaguely push a bit of a plot forward, it's just, well, we've run out of ideas, let's go to politics. Want to watch politics? I know a lot of people do, though. I don't. Like, I want a human story with politics as a broader... Like... I think where a lot of this stuff could be done differently and would really change how you feel about it is, instead of telling the politics from the perspective of the politicians that are part of it, so that you're getting all the nitty-gritty and you're getting really up in it, how about show the impacts that it has on the little people and tell the little people's stories in relation to that? It's what I always thought they should have done with Mass Effect. Instead of bringing Shepard back for Mass Effect 2, let's have the next humans in the story. Let's have the next humans that, since they saw Shepard doing something, they're now happier to have humans as part of the Spectres and tell more of that story, because there was so much more that could be told there. But no. Must have protagonist. Must have same protagonist. There's something special, Bilbo, about you writing a comment. Yeah, a whole show about little people and their struggles dealing with a world made for tall folk. I hope you did that on purpose. Because that's just brilliant. Alright, so what I think I'll do here is add a little bit of sort of a... I'm going to make sort of a wall on a warehouse that's no longer there. What to do for a wall? Start with these walls so I can kind of at least add some degree of connectedness between the buildings, I think is what the term I'm looking for. Now I build this out of steel block, out of light armor blocks, I can deform it rather than just grinding it down. We're going to go taller. And we'll get rid of that. Add that. And pop that out. Yeah. Doop, 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 doop. I don't know, these are just my rambling thoughts, having had too little sleep last night, and how much I'd really like some of these things to happen. I think I might just grind that one. Then we'll do some shoot sting. Yeah. Oh, I know what I can do. Let's just straight up copy this. Doop. And copy. And instant decoration. And I will just make sure that's not the one with the power cell in it. Nope. I think I got rid of from all of it. Just to try and add a bit more, because these obviously all look the same now. Let's change it up a bit. Make them both look a little bit different. Hey, Sund. Like, whenever I think about things being written for, like, in a story where we focus on the small people instead of the big people, it makes me think, I don't know, I can't remember exactly how old it is, but the BBC did a series called just straight up Rome, which was effectively Shakespeare's, it was Caesar, but told from the perspective of a couple of centurions. And season 1 was amazing because it had such a tight storyline that was so done, so well done, and such a complete story. But it was just using that different perspective meant that the politics that you knew the outcome of felt new. They didn't feel tired and worn out and, ugh, why are they doing this again? At least to me. But a haunted house. I don't think so. I'm amused by the concept, but I don't think so. I don't like to use the explosives on large grid. The reason I use the rifle on large grid is because I get much more controlled destruction. I get to decide where the deformation is much more specifically. There we go. Oh, that get pushed up. the drill. The drill's the other way to get some really gentle deformations done. Like if you're just trying to get rid of the block edges. Quite sure what I blew up then, but okay. Sure. Yes, Mavelite, that was Nabarine narrating the recap in Survival Unlikely. She very kindly recorded that for us. No basic refinery. Everyone asked about the basic refinery. No. I am not adding a basic refinery to the planet. Not yet, anyway. I don't have any specific plans for it. It's not what I had imagined for the scenario. I know a lot of people want it. If you want it, you can make a mod for it and just add it. But it's not something I plan to spend time on. There we go. That's added a bit of extra height. A little bit. Just trying to think what else I could do height-wise. No, Road Train, I wouldn't be incorporating it because it's not what I want in the gameplay. One of the things that I guess is sometimes difficult to communicate for me is that I'm building this for the gameplay that I want. For me. I only mod for the same... the way I mod is the same way that I've always learnt how to fix stuff on a computer. Only to the bare limit required for my own fun and being able to play games. The only reason I ever learned how to fix anything on a PC was because I wanted to make it play games. That's the only reason I ever learned any DOS commands. That's the only reason I ever learned any of this stuff. Was because I wanted to play games and I couldn't because things were broken and I had to fix them. And so learning to fix them was the best way to get back to playing games again. And for me, modding's kind of the same thing. This design, to me, this is part of playing the game because I actually really enjoy this part. But the actual modding part, I don't enjoy. I just do it because it's a necessity to me. So yeah, I build the mods the way I want to play them. And if people enjoy them, I hope people will enjoy them, and I hope people will enjoy them similarly to how I did, but I fully expect them to customize them to their own preferences. Thanks, John J. Thank you for 7 months. So yeah, that... So, like, there are a lot of comments on the mod pages for the Scrapyard of people saying, you should have this, you should have this, you should have this. I'm like, you can add it. I didn't set up the scenario so that you can't. There's an intended experience, which is what I make for me. But beyond that, Space Engineers is a game you're supposed to customize to how you want it. Dells, if you see a bunch of the vehicles and stuff not getting their remotes and things deleted, 90% of the time that's because someone has added a mod that changes block ownership in some way. So I really need to add this to the mod description, actually. Hostile Takeover is not compatible with Scrapyard, from what I've seen. Hostile Takeover, the mod that Thraxis made for that kind of highlights what blocks you need to grind next, will break the behaviors I set up. You're welcome, Fox Donut. No, it's not that you own everything. Well, it might be partially that ownership changes as you approach, but because of the way I delete these, it does an extra check, and so it doesn't delete them properly. And then, you know, there are random times when two vehicles will collide with each other and then stuff doesn't get deleted. It's like, yeah. Yeah. That's also one of those elements where I'm like, it's a bug I have no idea how to avoid, and I kind of am not worried. Yeah, and that's intended behavior. That's expected, and that's not changing. That you found two vehicles crashed on top of one another. If something damages the remote or the battery before the behavior gets to activate, then they're not going to disappear. And that'll happen when two grids spawn inside each other. So yeah, I don't see it as a bug. It's literally listed on the page, the Steam Workshop page, as crossed out bugs features. It's a known issue that's not going to get fixed. It's one of those, there is a very diminishing degree of return for it. You're very much reaching point of diminishing returns attempting to make this thing work. But yeah, any of the easy NPC takeover mods have a high risk of breaking this. TGK Gate? Absolutely no. I do not have any plans on larger prefabs because larger prefabs can't spawn properly with MES. They look ridiculous. There's a very, very specific reason I stick to smaller stuff. It's because of ground clipping and hovering. Like, uh-oh, did I fly too close to that? No, it's okay. Like, this was submitted to me. This warehouse is really cool, but is definitely impossible to spawn with MES. Without it hovering or without having massive ramps underneath it that would just, yeah. I mean, to be honest, these hangars are verging on too large. Thin but tall doesn't, like, unless we're talking whatever that building is on Billionaires Row in New York, that's basically this size but really tall. I think it just gets a bit silly. That's why these are my skyscrapers sort of builds that it's meant to look crumbled. And also, skyscrapers are kind of boring buildings. They're the same thing the whole way up. They're not that interesting. Oh yeah, it's also why, like, for my highway sections, it's why they're elevated highway sections. I need to make more of these at some point. And I also plan to make elevated railway sections so that we can have some rail cars included. I've got some little watchtower things. I'm just trying to think of industrial looking stuff to fit into this industrial set. Because these industrial ones, ooh, the pipes can fit in with this too, can't they? I should have pipes. One or two pipes that spawn in the distance around this cluster. And maybe even the power lines. Ooh, that would be quite a cool little combo. Oh, like a port style crane. Let's see. That's an interesting one to try and do. So we don't have a good way to do... maybe something that starts... like this could work. Let me see. So a crane up on... like a shorter crane, not like those big tall ones, but something a bit shorter. Doesn't... Nev, isn't Empyreon's... I imagine Empyreon's spawning for grids is actually using terrain deformations, because all of their flat grids are... I mean, the last time I played, they did have stuff that was carved into the terrain a la 7 Days to Die. But I think it modifies the terrain around it. And then they have some smoothing algorithms that get applied. But, yeah, their planet and voxel system is very different. Not sure this is right. I think... I need to do something different here. Nope, that's the wrong thing. That. Hang on. Let's have a look at some crane designs. Because I can't... I'm just trying to... Oh, this is the sort of thing I was imagining. Okay. Yeah, alright. That's more doable. That actually works better within the stuff we have for space engineers too. Because we can go like this. Yeah, I was thinking of just the old, like, something I've done with a lot of the builds here is, there's an element of early 20th century design to a lot of it, I think. It's probably the best way to put it. Early or mid 20th century probably is more accurate. Is that too little? That kind of works. Yeah. I think that's an interesting shape regardless. Like, just the angles of this piece, I think will kind of come together in a way that makes it look interesting. Let's... yeah. The beauty of a crane like this is that it, it's built on stilts. Yeah, the Fool actually submitted something that looks like a bit of a grain elevator, which I think I've still got the build for over here. This. So I was going to make something similar to it to put into the farm collection of buildings. So we've got like the stockyards and the fences and the water towers and things. And I was going to add the grain elevator to that. Is this feeling a bit too big? Possibly. It does feel industrial though. I don't even know if this needs to be a crane, to be honest. This is kind of just as is, working like I could put something on top of it. It's more like a helipad. Yeah. I can see that. I think I just started building with shapes and I'm like, I like this shape. I like this shape. I'm going to keep building with this shape. I also don't know why I haven't copy-pasted that part. Why am I building it twice? It's like a big park picnic table. Wow, thanks, Nev. Thanks. Oh, there we go. I know it does have a picnic table vibe. You aren't wrong. I'm gonna finish building it, even though I have no idea what I'm actually gonna use it for. Oops. Because yeah, it's I don't know. Yeah, it could work as an elevated railway bridge set, I guess. Especially if I, you know, stretch it out from these parts and then put more pylons later along. Could be a railway bridge and then do some broken bits off each end. Tis an option. I'm just going to try some things with this. It's the footstool for Bender's Memorial. Remember me. No, I'm not putting a Capactron on anything. No Capactrons. Never. Yeah. People have been wanting a 3x3 or larger rotor for a long time. It would be nice. I don't think it's going to happen, but it would be nice. Fortunately, there are many things that I haven't thought would happen for space engineers and have, so, you know, it might do. Where am I at? Helm. Doo-doo-doo. Which would be preferable, new variations of old blocks or new blocks? For me, more variations of existing blocks adds more ability to build new things. So I kind of prefer that. But I can also very much see why new players, that might not be as exciting to them. So this little skirt around here is providing two functions. It's providing an attachment point for the walls above, but it's also making the rotor a little less floaty. At least at a distance. So the crane's not quite as weird looking. I think I might need to shrink down this base platform a little bit. I'm also going to need to figure out how I build stairs up to it. Those are problems for the future. I'm also getting way sidetracked by one little build when I should probably just be making stuff that means I can add more things to the mod. That doesn't sound like anything I've ever done before. Nuh-uh. Let's put in... Yeah, some of that works. I like the little house. I don't like the rest. So, what I'm going to do, instead of continuing this and knowing that the scale is all wrong, I am going to copy it. Paste it over there, and I'm going to get rid of this rotor. Depart. Turn damage off. And now, I'm going to set this up so it can be a little freestanding building. A little office for the industrial yard. Yeah. Yes, the office where your supply requisitions go to die. Precisely. Let me grab this blue. No, we'll go with black. Didn't think that part through. Where have I got these blocks? I'll do this. Yeah, all I gotta do is probably get rid of this helm and replace it with a desk. think that works. Bit of extra variety. I do want to see, though, if I can replace some of these plates on the bottom without totally breaking the whole thing. Alright, so the data pads as Easter eggs thing is something I've been wanting to do for ages and I just haven't gotten around to. There are a whole bunch of submitted stories that I want to put into data pads that MES actually allows you to do randomized data pads. I've just never gotten around to doing it, and it's something I want to do. I should really make a list. I should really make a list. Because I constantly forget all these different things that I actually would like to get done. I don't think there's any way I can redo the floor of this without having to redo the whole lot. I think that's a solid start in terms of stuff to find. The things I need to do now for this is, let's just delete you, and let's delete you, and I'll just leave that randomly there. The thing I need to do now is make a few variants of these that actually have useful blocks on them. So we've got this one which has a single power cell in this. No, this one has the reactor component. The other one has the power cell. Yes. It has a power cell, which makes it useful, and it has a solar panel. This one has nothing useful on it, but it has some useful resources, so I'm going to leave it as is. I don't want everything to have something, so to speak. These buildings currently lack for anything specifically useful. And I think the other one I put a cargo container in. Didn't I? Which makes it useful. Yes, I did. So we got a cargo container there. This one, what should I give it? Let's go. What did I call that grid? Build something. There we go. For the rest of the... Considering what I've done with the rest of the world, that's fine. Let's just do that, and I can copy them. Maybe one of these programmable blocks. Grab you. These have some computers in them. So I'll pop that in here over this side. And obviously rust it up. Oh, speaking of mods that would be nice to make, that you should probably have on your list for most Space Engineers games, I think the one that allows you to have more paintable build states is certainly an important one. Because then you can have, like, battered on your build states, and I think that should just be a vanilla change. It's by the full 76. It is very, very... It's a very, very nice change and something that I, genuinely think should just be vanilla. So we can paint build states. Because I think it would add a lot of variety to builds. Leave that as is because it's got the large grid vent. I Actually, do I? Yeah, okay. There's no large grid thrusters, so it'd be pretty hard to move a large grid pressurized volume to space, and if you do, that's kind of cool. So I'll leave that one vent in. That little thing's fine as basically being useless. Same with this, other than the motors. And then this one, we don't have any parts in these things. Do we? No. But if I put around a couple of the freight containers that aren't destroyed, that gives a possibility of finding some goodies in them. Because I've got the loot. I've actually got it working properly. There we go. Okay. I think this kind of works. Yeah. Yes, I am doing more tutorials on the automaton blocks. I have already recorded one. My plan after the streams today will be to go and edit assertive acquisitions for this week. And then after that, I'm going to spend some time on the edit of the tutorial I've already recorded. Because I've already recorded one. So this warehouse is built on the identical platform to those hangars. And I just realized if I'm doing an industrial area, I really should use my warehouse that I built. I've just got to age it a bit. Which kind of means less vibrant. Bit of browning, maybe? And we'll do some, like, ground out bits. Taz, so Survival Impossible is something I'm still wanting to fit in, but I'm prioritizing tutorials as the solo recorded, edited stuff at the moment. And once I feel like I've done the tutorials I want to do and got that comfortably done, then I'm going to head back to Survival Impossible. I was about to load it up and I was like, actually, you should probably just do these tutorials first before you start getting yourself distracted by something that has no end. At least the tutorials kind of have an end in sight. In terms of how much time I can dedicate to them, but it is something I want to spend. I want to spend more time on the tutorials at the moment. Okay, we need some in-between things, so let's get a bit lighter. Which looks a bit funny at a distance, but once I put the rusted out bits, I think it'll look okay. So, yeah, Keen released some tutorials. They made an odd decision with it. They're all 20 seconds long, but they're not YouTube shorts because they did them in widescreen. So they can't show up on as shorts. It's like, why did you make them shorts length but not shorts orientation? It's very confusing. Like, if you're going to make them as short as shorts, make them actual shorts. Make them square. That's saturation, less vibrance. Value, whatever it is. Like, I mean, for 20-second tutorials, Zoc's done a decent job on them, but why make them 20 seconds and not make them actual YouTube shorts? Is perplexing to me. Like, if I'm going to make something that short, I'm going to maximize where it can be seen. Yes, shorts are handled by a completely independent algorithm. Like, so yes, shorts are handled differently, and it's a completely independent algorithm for shorts as to, well, not completely independent, but they are handled separately by two different algorithms. There is some crosstalk, but not too much, because they found that when there was crosstalk, it did not work out well. That's information, like, on YouTube's own channels that you can find out there about that. Just going to make a couple of versions of this that are painted a bit differently. So that I've got... Because my idea with these... So instead of going the full-on complex way of spawning these in, where I have randomized things spawning inside and then risking them all colliding with each other, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually use the landing gear method of locking things down, and I'll drop some small grids in here, I'll drop some shelves in here, and that sort of stuff. So I just thought I'd make a couple of external variants, and then we'll make multiple internal variants of each one. So while you'll get less variability than what you get with the hangars and the vehicles that spawn inside there, putting this together will take about a third of the time. Because I don't have to specify particular offsets and make sure they're correct and the like. Okay, that's different enough, I think. Now for heavy rust. Oh wait, now for a bit more. Yeah, just a bit of variability on the roof, and we'll do holes in the roof and stuff like that. I was thinking if I make like 4 or 5, probably 5 different versions of this warehouse, that should be enough. I do have paint gun installed, but if I use the vanilla paint, I can undo it. So where I don't need to use the paint gun, I don't. This is, as I said earlier, this is built exactly on the platform that I used for the hangar. It's the exact same base as the hangar. So this is going to work as well as the hangar does. Might not do too much of this because I may want to change these bits up. Do the rusty stuff afterwards. So let's grab... We'll do 5 different options. And if you guys can think of some stuff I could put inside here, that'd be great. Of the stuff I've already got. Oh. Should I? Could totally make a modified version of this warehouse that looks like it's a rail construction thing, like where they're actually building rail cars. Did I just copy the same one 4 times? I did. I'm a dope. Why did I do that? Why are you like this? I find the idea of... So, a warehouse that someone had a rave in 50 years ago, and that was the last thing that happened in the warehouse, I don't think it's going to look terribly different to a warehouse that last had construction stuff in it. Because anything related to the rave is going to have broken down super fast by comparison. They're excavated but in pieces. Yeah, potentially. I think a couple of them are going to have mostly intact little trucks. Let's grab this tanker truck because I haven't actually included this anywhere yet. I was thinking, I place this like so. Ish. Need to kind of... Probably need to break this down a bit. Oh, I haven't tried to do this before. Do I have an attachment point to allow me to have this look like the bonnet's open? Yes, I do. Love it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to remove some of the wheels off this as well. I'm gonna have to get rid of a bunch of bits of it, just because I need it to have these connect to the grid and form part of the same prefab. I'm going to need to make sure that they're actually locked to each other with landing gear. And the easiest way, in my mind, for that to happen is to just get rid of the wheels and stick a mag plate underneath this and have it snap to it. So... Doop-doo. Or maybe make it vaguely look like it's up on chocks. I'm not going to spend too much time making the chocks look good, because I'm not really sure how I would go about that. Yeah, I think something like this would be good for one of them. There we go. Heavy rust onto there, not onto that. That way. Yes, thank you. I think just something like this is alright. It's clearly a vehicle. Use the concrete one instead. Yeah, maybe that's a better idea. Seriously? You're gonna roll over? Wow. Oops. Ooh, I have an idea. Heavy blocks. Concrete. No. Does that work? Is that going to work okay with these? It's a bit more dull. It's a bit too clean. Yeah, like that. I think that's the closest we're going to get to cinder block look. Good enough to sell the idea anyway. Oh no! It doesn't attach! Pope. Dang it. Oh, the end piece. Yes, the end piece. Thank you. Will the end piece work? About that. Maybe that'll work. Looks a bit weird, but if you don't look too closely, it doesn't look too weird. Alright. Let's paste this in properly. There we are. Little vehicle in the doorway. Ooh. That's an interesting thought. It wouldn't work here, but in a building... Actually, it might work here. Instead of having things attached to the ground, what if I built magnetic plates like this and attached them to the ceiling and then let them drop? Interesting. While I'm thinking about that, I'm just going to take a quick bio break. I'll be back in just a moment. So people are debating about jacking, like having some sort of proper hoist or lift setup for this truck. In my head, what I was imagining is this is a warehouse where the owner has just kind of brought their own vehicle here and is kind of messing on it with it, or some people in the workhouse are trying to fix up a truck, but it's not actually what they do here. This isn't a vehicle repair facility. This is just they're doing it. That's why it's up on blocks rather than properly lifted up. Because actually, if someone wants to design some stuff that's at the scale of the jalopy here that would make this look like it was a mechanics warehouse, I'd totally put a mechanics warehouse in. But I don't really want to spend time building those hoists and things. So I'm imagining stuff that fits with my own narrative so I don't have to. That was kind of where my head was at with this. Think. I'm gonna have to remove those. If I pop that out. It is what I feared. Messes with the roofline. Well, I wouldn't want to use pistons if I was going to make a lift. Aragoth, yes, I am working on some new prefabs, and you taking advantage of what you taught me last time, and actually just locking stuff down with landing gear. Oh, so much simpler. How's it going, Aragoth? No. I was going to build a wall in here, but maybe I just do the wall like this. Yeah, it is a bit of a complex key combo to remember, but I think it's worth it if I get it to work. Unpowered pistons kind of have the same impact with regard to spawning stuff as powered pistons. It's still a subgrid, it's still another thing. The wall isn't in the middle of the next door, it's just the door clips into the wall. But the door itself is completely open. I don't really have a way around that. Because I can't really put the door anywhere else where I wouldn't do that. So, just is what it is. That colour too. See ya. Alright. So we've got a truck in here. I should put some shelves in here. I can probably use some large grid shelving just to do... Like, I would like to do large grid stuff in these warehouses wherever possible, and then just use some small grid things as extra decorative bits. So let's do that. Whoops. Oops, pressed the wrong key. Hey, Blobby. I'll just remove those, but that's something I'm going to try. The reason I can try the landing gear thing is I could flip this upside down, use gravity to lock something to it, and then flip it back the right way. Hey, Blambid. Welcome, Raiders. How's it going? Thanks, Zara. Can a landing gear or mag plate lock onto the end of a piston without a head? Yes, but the ends of pistons without heads are weird. Like, they're real weird. They do some odd things with some stuff. The way they collide with voxels is particularly strange. Put a little toilet in the corner of the warehouse. And gotta have a safety sign. And something like this. Trying to pad this out a bit, give us a bit more stuff to be found. I might put some lockers in over here. Pop that away if I'm putting a locker in there. Yeah. For those who've joined relatively recently, this is my Scrapyard scenario build world. So I'm designing some warehouses to spawn in, decorating the insides in ways to give us some more stuff to discover. As I feel like it doesn't take too long for you to know what things are. There's not quite as much variety in the spawns as I would like. It's not too bad, but I'd definitely like more. What's the spawn rate of power cells? Very low. Intentionally so. But once I put the update that's got the loot table fixed out, you'll find them in loot more than you will in grids. Which is intentional. Mezzanine. There's some trickiness with that because these windows are actually on the inside. Out. Get some more height in here. We don't have much height. I don't want to put a pit in because getting the pit to work in a way where you can have the pit and still have this aligned to the voxel on the outside. Yeah. Don't forget the spare wheels. Interesting. Yeah, I like that idea. Hang on. I know exactly how to do it too. I like the idea of a pit, but I'd have to do the builds entirely differently to make it work. Okay, so what we do is this. Then just plain old wheels. Like that. Just checking that I do actually have these. Oh, those aren't. That one's not attached. Okay, that's fine. We just have another landing gear right next to it. It'll be fine. And auto lock off. And unlock. Put these right over against the wall. There we are. I mean, I could attach the wheels with plates, or I can do this, because then I can go... and have these deleted. They don't do pits anymore. They use the drive-on hoist. For some reason, the ground ones are dangerous. People kept falling into them or something. That sounds accurate. So these warehouses provide me an opportunity to use a little grid that I've made elsewhere too, which is in one of these sheds. And I don't remember which one, but one of these sheds... There we go. One of these sheds has a little turret that has a much tougher time hitting the player. Than say an interior turret would, but still gives you the jump scare. Which I kind of like. I feel like it's a more balanced way of doing things. What else should I put in here? I've got the wheels, I've got the vehicle, I've got shelving. Because obviously I've got to decorate the other side, and then we've got to decorate multiples of these. I'm just thinking of anything quickly that I could put in this side. I got over here that could go in. Blobby, the rotation controls with the improvised engineering experimentation mod is the same controls as rotating a block normally. They are the same. I'm going to grab one of these. Flip it upside down. Like that. Oops. Yeah, the same but kind of weird. That is an apt way to put it. They are kind of weird sometimes. Oh yeah, that's what dang it. I meant to add Nev's block picker mod to my save here when I loaded it up. I forgot. I know it's kind of weird to have these inside, but where I used to work, we had ones of these on wheels, which is what I'm imagining this replaced. And you had it inside so that the jerk people at the businesses nearby wouldn't use your dumpster and make you have to pay for pickup. Should totally put some of my chairs in. Can I make one of these that can work with the new method? Need some sort of... if we go with that, then we go with that, then we go with... oops, that. How janky does it look if I use this? Not sure about that. Definitely need to try and get this to land basically perfectly if it's going to be used. Or I'll have to build this, or I'll have to do this like I did the wheels. I think I'll have to do it like I have the wheels. So if I want to have chairs around here that are loose, put a couple of landing gear down like that. Or I grab the original chairs. And like so. And I can just have those be deleted. Sometimes these will just spawn in, like when these get spawned in, sometimes when the blocks get deleted, they'll just tip over. And sometimes they'll be upright. It'll vary. Last little thing I'm going to do is grab a couple of the shelving units and put some little small grid blocks on. Thanks, Victorious. I feel like I missed this an hour ago. Thanks, John Shay. I feel like I missed that. I am in the wrong warehouse. Probably have a landing gear on both ends of that. Because that looks a bit wonky. That's not going to let me place that now, is it? No. Alright, let's see if I can get this to stay upright inside on perfectly flat surface. There we go. So my idea for the warehouse, oops, my idea for the warehouse next door is to fill it with some shipping containers. Or pop a shipping container in it. Or two. So on this, let's place rusty remote control. Some tubes. Those aren't the tubes I'm looking for. Maybe something like this. Something like that. And actually that'll do. Cool. This side done. Oh, almost a year, Victorious. Almost a year. Thanks, man. Alright. I have a couple of design options. I've got these ones, which I might use first. Now let's just break it out of there. Then I don't have to redo all the walls because they're a bit fiddly. Then part of me wants to just replace a chunk in the floor with this, actually. So I might do that first. If I get rid of, I think it was 4 blocks long, yeah. Huh. Let me place you? Or are you going to be weird? Maybe I'll make a bigger hole and I'll fill in the gap after. Something weird when I try and get it to snap here. If I grab it back here, are you going to let me place you? Thought this was going to be a quick way of doing this and it's turning out to be painful. Ugh. I think part of the problem is the half-height blocks. We actually need this to be back in. Oh, that's at least at the right height for a second there. Almost. Might have to just put it there. Why would they put it in the middle of the room? That looks weird. I think it's not going to let me place these. That's really annoying. Alright, whatever. Let's stop doing it that way. I'll make these loose. Tin Man, I have no idea what you mean by that last comment. I'm very confused by that. Yeah, the side panels are probably breaking things, you're right. Amongst other things. Nope. I hate it when I press Control Delete to do a 90-degree turn towards the way that Delete would normally turn things. Because I try and delete block whole grids. Upside down. There we go, one container inside. Couple of these on here, so we've got way to attach the doors. Oh, I actually need to make those rusty. No, I don't. This is inside and protected. It can have a little bit of shiny. Protected-ish. Yeah, I didn't really have the option when I first made these to... Or I didn't know what I needed to know in order to make the containers actual separate components. I kind of like this because I think it's going to be pretty cool for people to be able to take one of these out, like take it wholesale out. Ugh. Why doesn't that line up? Ugh. I know why lots of the other stuff doesn't line up, but that should really line up. Like... Man... This is the wrong way house, you are correct. It's not a big deal. I can copy this thing. It's fine. It's fine. What am I doing? Also, annoyingly, this now no longer lets me snap it inside the other one. There we go. Yeah, that works. That works. Happy enough with that. And then I'm just going to put a couple of little shelves, and that's all that's going to be in this one. So one side's quite busy and one side's quite empty. And I'm quite happy with that as a concept in general. I can't have all of these buildings chock full of stuff. Some of them have got to be a bit lighter on. I'm leaving it in the other building because I'll redesign it as I go and do that bit. What else can we put on these? Do some lights because I like the new offset lights. The inset lights, sorry. They're good little decorative blocks. I do dislike that the lights between grid size, the light changes if you've got it on this thing. It's really annoying when you're building on something small like this. Because you slightly move your mouse where it shouldn't be and everything goes wrong. Alright. That'll do. Okay, so I'm just going to do some wearing down of various bits of the roof and stuff. Yes, 6 hydro thrusters would fit, sure. But I want to just make sure I've got the remote control and battery on there first. I think once these warehouses are in the proper mod, I think that's about as much as I feel needs to be in it for this to work nicely. Because these warehouses just fill a gap that I think was very much needed to be filled, which was that there weren't enough places for people to build a base in. The hangars are cool and all, but having only the hangars as the main place where people build bases just wasn't enough. So I really wanted to make sure that there were some other buildings, there were some other things you could form into some sort of base. And I think the repair shops and something like this and these warehouses will definitely fit the bill for that. Alright, let's do some grinding holes in the ceiling. Then we'll do some walls. I haven't updated the mod with the sheds yet. So when I make an update to this mod, you do not need to restart the scenario. What you should do is delete everything that you haven't yet gone and collected stuff from, so that the new stuff has room to spawn. Shooting these with a rifle just goes from fully intact to destroyed. There's no deformation on the panels. They don't have deformation to them, so there's no point shooting them. And I want the little gap. Thanks so much, Rionis. Thank you for 6 months in advance. And for the bit. Excuse me. The hydrogen thrusters are, some of them, hidden. And they're intentionally rare, because that's kind of the only progression that there is in this. That's the only goal there is so far. So I've intentionally left them quite rare. Okay, I think that's enough rusting on that one. I think that gives us something a bit different. Maybe I'll put some on the back edge here, though. Because I haven't done that bit. Trouble with warehouses is they're not an interesting building, but hopefully the inside is interesting enough to make up for that. Cool. That's one warehouse done. I think my dreams might be bigger than my abilities this morning. Right. So that's like a vehicle shop, and we've got just a... I think what I might do for the next one is let's just make a big storage warehouse. Which might be the only grid that has a large cargo container. Well, it does feel a bit silly inside, but still. I think giving access to a large grid, large cargo container somewhere is probably not a bad thing. Sure, there are some people who are like, oh, thank God. I've been wanting one for so long. Honestly, I just didn't think that was going to be that much scrap. Make a plumbing supply, 200 toilets only. Yep. There we go. Now you have to find all the grids. Find them all. Huh. If I just put a few little pieces around, I think this could even be a warehouse just as is. At the moment, there is only a single grid in the whole thing that has the... there are two grids that have the basic assembler. Two of the cranes have a basic assembler. That's it. And honestly, until I add a lot more grids, that's not going to change. Let's put a few... Like, I'm going to leave this one open, I think. Yeah, it's true. It's the assembler is not especially useful, which means I probably could feel okay with giving access to a few more, but I'm thinking one of these warehouses might have one, or an extra building that goes with these industrial ones. I just haven't decided which one yet. One of the hangars might be able to have it, basically, I want it to remain rare. I want it to still be an exciting find. And what you have to remember is, while I'm sure for many of you who've been playing your scenarios for a while, it would be an exciting find for you. If you'd found that in your first 20 minutes of playing it, it wouldn't be exciting. So I have to balance for what's going to happen in that early game. So it's, yeah, it's a bit of one of those, how do I manage to... how do I manage to balance it right? And I don't know. I'm just guessing. The whole time I'm guessing. I just know that I need to keep these things rare and slowly build them up in order to make it so that it feels like there's something special to it. Yeah, I think the other thing I haven't been putting enough in these is just loose freight containers. Just have a bunch of them around the place. But they should get a different paint job. Which is that one. Oops. Just ignore that I painted the wrong thing there. It'll be fine. What am I building? Stuff for the Scrapyard Mod. I'm designing a bunch of warehouses. I kind of think this one might be enough, as is. Not sure it needs anything else. But since it's got the large cargo container, I'm gonna be a jerk. No, I don't plan on adding predefined story elements. I don't plan on doing that, no. I prefer the idea of players creating their own backstory to it, rather than me forcing one on them. Largely because I don't think anything I can come up with would be as good as what your brain is going to come up with to explain things for yourself. Go blue. Actually, no, I'm going to keep this green. Looks camo-ish. Kind of looks like it's been sitting in the jungle for too long. So. Pop this in here, but... Oops. It's not going to be the only version of the one with the large cargo container. Because I dislike having it so that you always know where the guns are. But I kind of mean to do it in a nice way. So instead of having it so you know... Oh wait, I did that wrong. Control Alt C. Does that get the things? No. Yes? Yes, I did. So, what I mean by the nice way, the mean way would be every single one has a turret and you've always got to deal with the turret. The nice way, to me, is that sometimes the turret don't work. So when I'm looking at the frequency of each of these buildings, I make these two as likely as any one of the others, which gives me the ability to have it so that there's the chance of you getting something that can actually shoot you is pretty low. The other thing is, there are ways to avoid getting shot by this very basic turret. No, I did not lose the big container in the copy because I did the fancy copy. Control Alt C. Yes, there are ways to deal with that turret beside not going inside. Indeed. Like ducking. It's literally is that simple. I think. Depending on the distance you're at from it. The further you're from it, the less ducking is likely to help. So you kind of probably need to sprint up onto it and then duck at the right distance and that sort of thing. Yeah. Tempted. Part of me is tempted to make one of these warehouses just have one of these trucks intact inside it. Straight up, here's a truck. No, I don't want to do that. Because if you find that, then it's... yeah. What to do in this one? So we've got cargo warehouse. We've got a bit of a cargo warehouse. And a kind of a vehicle shop slash storage area. No, the helicopters will not fly. No, not in the slightest. I'm curious how this will look. Instead of placing them down and then grinding them all, I'm going to place one down. I'm going to grind it down. I'm going to copy that, and then we're going to paste a bunch of these. I just want to see whether this will actually look any good. Oh, in fact, that's not the way you would do these at all. Why would you have it lined up that way? That's just daft. If you're going to have a warehouse, you're going to line it up this way. So maybe there. Let's get rid of the grinder while I'm doing this. So what I was thinking of just literally just doing this like it's racks and racks of shelving. And what I could do is once I've placed these in, make some of them look like they've fallen over. Oh, and then I look over to chat, and that's exactly what Incognito just wrote at around the same time as I said it. But I thought my preferred way of doing... Oh, man. Stupid voice. Yeah, better. I go through so much water. Yeah, this could work. I'm going to speed this process up now that I've placed all of those. And copy. Yes, I do plan on using the ACS ships as my wrecked ships. As the basis for them, yes. I think it'd be silly not to, because there are so many that I've designed carefully around being human scaled, that if I didn't use them, I'd just be spending a whole lot of time making something new when I've already got an existing thing. You know what? I think this works. I think I want to change the paint color, though. I think it should be blue. Which I should be able to do just by going donk, donk, donk. Abandoned grocery store. Ah. Wonder if I could use this same scale of thing and make a grocery store, actually. Or something that looks more like a convenience store. The trouble is... not sure what element I would use to make it obviously a grocery store as opposed to the repair yard that I've... The repair, like, service station that I made. That I'm unsure about. Because mechanical stuff's easy in this, but the softer stuff I find very difficult to come up with good concepts for. So my plan with this building is to also make a couple of variants and put a couple of the shelves that have batteries, power cells in them, hidden in amongst these. Because yes, I am that kind of monster. So you kind of have to grind them all down. You inhuman monster. Right. How would I make some look fallen over? If I just pop these ones out and then go that. I mean, obviously placing them loose so that they are loose would work best, but is it worth it? Hey, Ubi. What do you guys think? Do you think a tipped over shelf is worth it? Is worth the potential performance hit? Undecided. So I was thinking about it laid flat on the ground, but I feel like I felt like as I was placing them down that they didn't really sell the idea of being fallen over as much as I was hoping. Like, scattered on the ground like that doesn't really sell it to me. So, to have this fall on its side, what I need to do, so I'm going to have to place a landing gear down here. Go grab the shelf. Hopefully it'll let me place this. Bit of a jaunty angle. Why won't you place? I was able to collide with the other things. Why won't you? Huh. Does anyone know what the difference is between when I grabbed the, like, the shipping container? I was allowed to clip through. What have I done differently here that doesn't let me clip this through? Ah, no, the container's large grid as well. They're both large grid, they're both static grids. Could it be the actual blocks at the shelves? Well, no, it was clipping through, like, colliders. It was more than just a little bit of clipping. The scrap sale in Assertive Acquisitions is one of Lucas's new mods. It's awesome. It's fun. And it's something we're going to be using a little bit of. Oh. Oh. Okay, that didn't work. She ended up more upright. Want it slightly tilted so it falls over. I'm not sure that's tilted enough. Like, if I get rid of this landing gear, it's going to stay upright. Or not? Nope. Okay. So that works. What I might need to do, just to be able to get myself enough space to place this, is delete those, and then I'll replace these after I've done it, assuming I can. Okay, that works. Ooh, hold up. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. We're doing this. Let's do it properly. There we go. That should work. Let's just... Whoops, wrong thing. Let's test it. See what it looks like. Yeah. Looks a little silly, but not too much. I think it adds some extra interest to a space like this that is sorely needed in a space like this. Yeah, I'm down with this. It'll do. That'll do. Alright, now I need to rebuild the roof. Ooh. Game. Settings, mods. This is definitely one of those times when you're building out of panels where this mod will be very useful. Block picker. To be honest, I probably should have looked at the controls. Press Control G while looking at any block, and you will get the cursor, build cursor for this block. Perfect. So, the reason I'm feeling like this block was very useful for roofs is because then instead of having to find that shape, just do that. And then instead of having to make sure I scroll the right way, I just do that. Ah, so good. So good. I'm going to attempt to do that in survival. It's going to annoy me. I probably could add it to assertive acquisitions now I think about it. Because while this allows you to grab stuff, it only really breaks progression, or like this mod would probably break, actually it almost certainly breaks the scrapyard scenario, but AA doesn't have those sorts of restrictions, so it's probably fine. And it'll be probably quite nice for decorating the carrier. Especially once you've done one side and you're trying to copy it to the other side. It's nice to be able to just go over there and block pick. Okay, I haven't randomized the decay on these enough. Oh, the carrier will totally be complete. I've been thinking about it, and there are good reasons for it, that it will be complete where other things have not been. Okay, that works. No, they're a bit different. Cool. So let's get rid of... In fact, let's keep these bits like we're keeping that turret because they are useful. What are you? You're rubbish. So Control Alt C. Okay. So that gives me 3 different ones for me to hide. I say hide, but really what people are going to do is just grind the whole lot. Hide some of the power cells in. Different spots in each one. Generally speaking, I tend to avoid self-referential stuff in my public mods. I'll put little bits in my videos, but generally speaking, I don't tend to put them in my mods. Like, I don't know, it feels a bit cringy when I do it, so I tend not to put that sort of thing in. I don't know where that other one went. Where is it? There it is. Okay. So I wouldn't probably put stuff in like the H-tram and things like that. Sure. Since that one deleted, I'll put it there. Can I grind down both of those ones? I think I did. No, I didn't. Here it is. That would have been overly generous. Just give you 20 power cells, just fine, as is. No. Yeah, the jalopy that's in here lived for such a brief period of time that it doesn't feel self-referential. It more just felt like, this is a vehicle at the right scale and of the right style, so I'm gonna use it. It didn't feel like I was referencing something else that I'd created when I did that. To me, anyway. It may to other people, but it didn't to me. And the, so the plane builds that come from Wrong Way Up as well, I just liked them. Again, I liked their style. And I think the nod to the series is subtle enough that to most people they'll just look like interesting plane designs. Yeah, I'm always very happy with how much Wrong Way Up seems to have really grabbed people's imaginations in a bunch of different ways. It was a series I put a lot of time into, and I'm really pleased it paid off. And that made it worthwhile. So one of the things with the suggestions for buildings and stuff is I've been, as I mentioned earlier, I've been mainly basing this around mid-20th century stuff, roughly. Maybe there's a few modern things, but it's all kind of... You could imagine seeing it in Fallout, or you can imagine seeing it used as part of Mad Max, because it's kind of an era that works well. So I can't think of many buildings that are large that are on stilts that exist in the world today. I'm sure there are some, and I'm sure they're weird, and I feel like people wouldn't necessarily recognize them as what they're supposed to be. So I've tended to avoid them. Yeah, oil rigs are in the ocean. They don't tend to be in the mountains, and I can't stop them spawning there. As far as I'm aware. There might be a maximum height above sea level thing that you can use, but I haven't come across it. And as I mentioned earlier, I spoke to TFE, and he knows a lot more of the ins and outs of what is available, and he didn't correct me when I said it wasn't. Alright, that's 3 warehouses. Well, sort of 6 different designs, but I was thinking of trying to have some more variation than just, like... I don't really count these 3 as different. They're really the same, just being made to hide the stuff better. I mean... A radio telescope is probably not a silly build to make, especially as something that can just spawn completely isolated. So I think that'll be a build I could do in the future. Especially when I think about, like, the Parkes telescope out in Western New South Wales it's just there on its own in the middle of fields, so it's not a weird thing to have in the middle of of a random field. I've got fire lookout tower style things. Yeah, and I've got the water towers, the watch towers, the cranes, the fire lookout towers, all these things. I've already built those style of stilted things. But when the suggestion in chat was large buildings, I can't think of any large ones. Yeah, car park's an interesting one. Largely, I've avoided a car park because of the terrible ramp options we have. But I think I might have been, like, thinking of a car park in terms of the way that we would have done it before we had plates. I wonder if plates could make it work better. But, yeah, I'm not sure. What else can I put in these warehouses? There was a suggestion to put the crane under the excavator under construction. I wonder how hard that would be to make it look right. Might be a bit tricky. Might be doable. I do need to make a few of them with the closed big doors. That's a good point. Let me just do that while I have it in mind. Or even just partially rolled down, like not completely. That's what I wanted to do. Doo-doo. Yeah. This was a good idea. I should have had it this way before. I like the idea of having some of them closed up. It's another degree of variation that adds something to it. Chemical supply warehouse with lots of tanks, vats, and paint cans around. Ooh. That should be quite doable, shouldn't it? Maybe? Oh, do you know what I want? I want my pallets from Survival Maybe that I put in the volcano lair. So those pallets would be perfect. For paint cans, because you can use the small grid cylinders as paint cans. Microbrewery style? That's a bit more tricky. I do want to do something like that, but that's a bit more tricky because we don't have many narrow pipes. Alright. So pipes, vats, and the like. What can we do for vats? That might work just like that. So I think the big flange is just a bit too big. Oh, especially if I put the caps on top. Any easy way to vary the color on the buildings? Sort of. I could use the paint tool and replace colors. For the moment, I'm intentionally leaving the colors all the same because it means when you walk up on the building, it's harder to know which one you've come up on. But if you're talking randomized like this, that's a bit harder. That kind of has to be done manually, I think. Wonder if the Willis ducts could work in any of these. A bit too boxy. Although, part of me feels like one of these should probably have a Willis duct overhead running through it. Which, actually, it should be this one. If it's got all paint in it, let's do this. Vent. I want the vent. There we go Willis duct. Oh, that doesn't work. Should be a block lower. Then it'll be too low. Maybe I'll just do this. Just need to change the color because it looks weird in blue. Yeah. Then don't really know what to do on that side. I also don't like that this isn't supported. What could I do? Yeah, this could work. Let's go with... It's going to need to be heavy rust. You can have randomized colors on grids. I don't know how to do it. MES does have a function for it though, where you can specify random things to, like random colors to have on it. But yeah, I just don't know how. I don't know how it's done. It is something that I probably could have included as a thing with the setups that I have here. But I don't know whether it... I don't know how it handles skins, is the other problem. But, yeah, I think you can have... You definitely can have randomized colors. It's a thing Lucas added some time ago. Let's do this, I think. So I'll place a few more vats and stuff around here. I think what I need to also do is make it clear that these Willis ducts are Willis ducts. So some of them need to be ground down. In fact, maybe all of them need to be ground down. So then they get opened up a bit. You do a conveyor belt. It's an interesting idea. I'm just trying to think how you would do it. Yeah, I feel better about that. Let's look from the outside. Yeah. If we add that on there and then grind it off, I think that looks even better. Yeah, true. Grinding them down also does remove the very generous large steel tubes in them, which is handy. Uh, I don't think I want to have a collection of small grid rotors and cylinder blocks to make a conveyor belt, but because that just sounds like asking to kill everyone's computer as you spawned in. However, what if instead I do this? Let's start with that. Just to get this going. Yeah. Yeah. Do, 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 do. What about just that? Like, they don't need to spin. I think it probably looks better like that. Maybe it doesn't. Yes, it does. Yeah, just a roller line, I think, is the better option here. Makes it all nice and static, means that it's a single grid. I think it should work nicely. So yeah, you could totally have those in here as a bit of a factory setup. Do I need to put this on top? I don't know. Because once I put this on top, there's kind of no point having the actual cylinders in there. Corner bit's on top, so it looks like a guide rail. Oh yeah. I know these wouldn't be framework like this because then stuff would catch on it, but once I put these on there, you couldn't really see the rollers from standing height. So I wanted to make sure that they were visible through it. That works. All right. Now I just need to imagine some machinery in here and put a few of these in between some various bits. Pop it outside so I've got room to build. This is cool. I've gotten so distracted by this, I don't think I'm going to get time for my Twitch thing. My, building stuff for the Twitch mod. Twitch integration mod. I will get onto that at some point, I hope. One day. I just don't want the glowies on these, that's why I keep grinding them all down. I think, just for variety, I'm also going to use one of these. Then we also should, of course, since this is kind of this style of building, we're going to pop a couple of these down. Place. On this side of the building, I'll do some taller pipes. With some shorter ones. And then we can put like some, then I'll put caps on some of them, I think. No, maybe not that one. Maybe this one instead. I think that'll be better. Yeah. Let's put that, that, and that. Then we can do that. Hello? What? Well, that's weird. Just wouldn't let me spawn it inside at all. Actually, I'll just get rid of that one. I think having one tipped over adds enough variation there. We can do the same on this side. Then on this one... There we go. No, the tipped over ones don't have caps on both ends. Well, some of them do, some of them don't. So grinding it down to this stage, I kind of think it looks like the bottom end of something, and then on this one, it looks like it's open at the top. Which I think works kind of nicely. All right, I believe... So we need a little storage thing, and I'm going to steal the one that UFO gave me with the helicopters, just for something different. Where is it? Here it is. So this feels right. What we're doing here? This build world is holding up surprisingly well. To be fair, I do have a fairly beefy PC, so it should hold up okay. But it is starting to push the limits in a few spots, unfortunately. But it's not doing too bad. It could be worse. Oh, cool. This looks like paint tins too. Let's the perfect one to put in here. Ha! Even better, though. Oh no, they don't stack. Why? I think I know why. But let's make them stack. It's not what I want. There we go. A couple of stacked containers in the corner. Then we can do some conveyor belts. That's sold. Done. Part of me is like, I think this might be enough warehouses. I don't think I need to do all of them. And that part of me is lazy. Andrew. Okay, so... I feel like if these are not particularly well aligned to anything on the grid, means that they're more interesting. Then... Zorvius, the grid that has all the heavy metal, the heavy armor grids, I've started fixing up. Because there are a few with hidden ones, but I just missed them. Yeah, it does need a little shelving. Hello? Seriously, game, what is with you not... Oh. No, that was weird. That was real weird. That worked for a second and then it doesn't now. Ah. Better. It's a bit easier to place now. I think that looks haphazard enough, and there's enough going on here that I'm kind of happy with it. I think you can fill in your own story. I don't think I need to tell too much of one. But yeah, you're right. Maybe a desk or two would be nice. Here at the front. And Yeah, now just, as mentioned, distress the walls and roof. Which conveniently, if you're playing and it's daylight, also gives you light in here, which is nice. Oh dear. Oh, we've got more puns coming. Yes, I imagine... just distressing walls with housing prices seems more appropriate than fuel prices. I'm never gonna get repaired, they can't afford to. Bonk, bonk. But I might actually get rid of a chunk of wall. I haven't removed any whole bits on any of those. Any of the others. Okay, so I think I'm gonna stop with the warehouses on that one. I think that's enough. Like, that's 4 full variants, which is as many hangar types as I had when I first released the mod anyway. So that's not too bad. It's enough that I feel like you won't always feel like you're coming across exactly the same one. And honestly, that's the main thing to me, is just... It takes a long time, as you've noticed from watching this stream, it takes a long time to actually put together a unique looking build. And then you don't want every single time you see that build to know exactly what's there. So creating, 5, 6 variants of each one, I feel adds a lot more depth without anywhere near as much effort. Okay. What do I want to do next? Do a quick... that's what we need for the industrial thing. We need some really tall smokestack type things. Something looks like this. Okay. Fact. Could this be the platform for it? Right. I'm just trying to think through. Let's grab a different color. We'll go with green. I use, say, these. This is going to take a few cracks, I think, to get it to look vaguely right. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to sort of build out of large grid blocks something that looks kind of like a tank. Because I don't want to give a large grid, large hydrogen tank. I just don't want to do that. Because I want that to be something you're waiting till space to get. Lots of support, scaffolding, catwalks. Yeah, it's hard to make those freestanding and look right, I find. But yeah, I could just literally make little bits of catwalk that kind of go nowhere and that are just tumbled over or something. That could work too. Let's see if this looks okay when I'm done. It's big, so I can hide something inside it. And I'm going to finish this. And then go... Well... I should have done that with symmetry mode on. I don't know what blocks you're talking about, Lohan. I have no idea what forbidden blocks you are talking about. That is a big looking tank. Maybe too big. Oh, the curved blocks for the tank? Yeah, it was just the curved blocks are too small for this platform. And I think this tank is too big for for the stuff we're doing. Kind of looks a bit wrong, doesn't it? I think maybe instead we should... Yes. Maybe look okay if it was a vertical tank. Yeah, perhaps. So probably something like this would be a better option. Even a pair of these on something raised up as tanks around the place. Because that'll be snappable to things. Now I just need to design a little elevated platform for it to sit on. Which should be relatively easy to put together something that looks alright. Start with that. We'll go with catwalk. What's the gap I've got between these? 3 blocks. Just not sure whether I want to... I think I'll go with these. I'm not sure I'll like the solid blocks now. I think this should be supported on beams. Go beams like that, and then we'll do the half beams for supporting the actual tanks. Hey, Wildozer. Going good. I have been very productive. I have forgotten that I have the pick block mod active, and I could have been using that just then. Switching between those. Actually, this might be the better spot to do this. Do that. I do like this idea, so we'll do that. Then we can put... yeah, close enough. Not there, then we can go with... ladder up. I mean, that on its own could probably work. What I think I should do, though, is switch out just a little bit of this. Just these bits to... Oop, nope. Where's heavy rust? Oh, it's not all green. Fact. Nope, nope. Get the ladders. There we go. That's easy. I'll be back in just a sec. I need to take another bio break because I keep drinking too much water. Because my throat keeps being dry and it's cold. How would I make this shape interact with the piping that we have? Because that's what I'd like to do. I'm not sure how. I think maybe coming off here makes some sense. So if I put, say, that and that, we then have something where we could kind of put some broken down old tubes, but have some, like this one, could possibly go out a bit further. Go up. Then join on to, say... I don't want to use too many of these pipeworks blocks because they've got a lot of large steel tubes in them. So I might just even do that. Yeah. I mean, you're right. I could probably put some of these gas tanks in one of these other warehouses just as the gas tanks on the ground. I think that's nondescript enough, but also gives me so many options for variants that are quite different. Thanks, Trindle. Thanks for the Prime sub. What I kind of want to do is copy this again, make another version of it without the tower. Just for something different. And then also... no, I'll just do it this way. Like that. Some of the catwalk busted. Red blinky lights make anything industrial. Sometimes. Yeah, like, look at the number of different... This is going to be so much better. Once I get this into the mod, this is enough. Like, you can imagine if I spawn, say, 8 or 9 of these, and it's a random pick of any of these buildings around together. It's obviously separate to the warehouses. The warehouses will probably be, like, a fairly isolated spawn. Maybe they'll spawn with a vehicle plus minus a dumpster nearby, but that'll be it. But these industrial buildings all together, I think, will create a cool little setup, similarly to how the rundown old buildings look. The collapsed buildings. I definitely think this tank is too big. It's just too big. The scale's just off to everything else that I've built. Now, one thing I want to do as well is, before I'm forgetting it, design some sort of smokestack. Oh, that actually worked out. That works out really well. I really like this. Let's just get rid of the glowy bits. Huh. And we go red. And we go dunk, dunk. Huh. I'm not sure I do want a smoke emitter on the end, because it's not active. Like, this is long dead. But I think to make this look a bit better, I might go with that. Make it a bit more interesting than just... Why has Splitsy put a random post around the place? Then we go with... that. Yeah, maybe curved pipes into the ground on one side would also help a bit. Good call. Yeah, that adds the extra dimension it needs, doesn't it? And because we're doing catwalks everywhere, catwalks. Oh yeah, fuel refinery, industrial area sort of thing was one of the things I've wanted to add to the mod for a while. I think it adds something, so yes, that has been some of what I've worked on today. Amongst a few other things. Yeah. Cool. There's the height variance we needed. And the other thing is... excuse me. The other thing that's important about tall buildings in the scrapyard is that that's what helps you spot these things from a distance. I've always wanted people to be able to spot these without needing to use beacons. At least sometimes. And the cranes work for that. The wind turbine towers work for that. And for this industrial area, I also want to set up a power line spawn that happens, you know, 150 meters, 200 meters away from it. So there'll just be a random power line out there that'll also give you a hint that there's something nearby to be found. Oh yeah, that's an interesting one. That's another option. Let me have a play with that. Nice one, Kenny. So... let's go with white at the bottom. Yeah, Icarus when Capac shows up. That is the plan, as per the stream title. Icarus co-op with Capac later. Hey, Dragnon. That's probably taller than I want. Let's cut it off there. So, the suggested idea was this, which I think kind of works. And that. Oh. Thing. Do 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 do. Down we go. Although, what I might do is instead do this. Just for something a bit different. Then I'm going to go, same as I did before, we use the red just to give us some extra variation. I think if I go with neon tubes, should be able to get away with this. Probably don't want the curvy bits. There we go. That's really cool. Little condensing tower thing. I like it. These things are way too safe. I mean, part of industrial buildings is looking around and just seeing scaffolding everywhere. So it kind of needs to be, doesn't it? It's to fit that look. Yeah. Nice one. Thanks, Kenny. It's a good idea. No, I haven't started the dad's book of dad jokes. Tracked on. Not sure I'm well equipped enough for it yet. I haven't been doing the signage because the signs don't look worn. So I haven't been doing it. Darren, LOD's levels of detail modeling in Space Engineers does some odd things. Yeah, a number of trees do look like buildings at a distance because they look opaque. One of the reasons that you don't notice as much LOD related issues when, say, you're watching me play is because I have this set at extreme. It means that the block models, I don't use LODs at all. Extreme turns off the LODs, so these are all using their max LOD always. which is why you don't. Which is why I get to avoid the rust texture disappearing and things like that. If I drop that to high, there are various blocks where you'll see the rust appears as I get closer. But on extreme it doesn't happen, so I leave it at that. Because I can, fortunately. Because it annoys me. Hetness Town, Lockjaw Junction. I don't want a flaming exhaust on these. These are worn down. These are old. They're rusty. They shouldn't look like they're functioning. So I don't want flames. I don't want smoke. I don't want any of that stuff. That's a lot of grids. That is a lot done in this stream. Even though I didn't get onto the thing the second thing I wanted to do, I'm really happy with this progress. Very happy. The reason I didn't make the smokestacks taller than the cranes is that at some point it just kind of gets silly. Like, that looks tall when you're walking up to it. If you're driving up to it, it's going to look tall. I don't feel like it adds enough to make it taller. No, I'm not making a bucket wheel excavator. I wish we could make a functional thing like that in Space Engineers, but no. No. Oh yeah, the other thing I'd like to add when I get the time is rail bridges, like the highway bridges. In fact, they could probably be alternate spawns to the highway ones. Yeah, they definitely could. Oh no, they should be their own independent one, because I was gonna have the highway bits spawn a few together in the future. But the reason I want those is because I've been sent some pretty good looking rail cars for those who haven't seen them before. Obviously gonna have to change out some of them, but this was quite a cool way of not having all of the tanks be tanks, but I'll probably remove the middle tank, potentially. Or at least grind it down. Yeah, and the size is right with these. That's what's made me really happy about them. The size is right. One of the biggest challenges with designing stuff for the scale we're working at here is making the size feel right, because Space Engineers needs a lot of space. Like, it takes a lot of blocks to make something look right, and it takes some real skill to make it look right without going big. That's why I really like these helicopters as well. They were the right scale for all the vehicles that we've got. Okay. While we're waiting for Capac to show, I am going to... I'd like to quickly design something that could work for the Twitch integration mod. So the way that the Twitch integration mod can work, and what I'd like to mess around with, is Nev's got it functioning so that it can spawn in... We can have poles where we can then spawn in MES grids of various types based on the pole result. And that means we can do nice or nasty things, depending. But you get to do them as a group rather than having to use channel points for it, which I think is fun. And it means you can have both channel point spawns and pole spawns. And I think with it being that way, you can make some meaner things. So yeah, in a way, custom unknown signals. So if we're talking about stuff for the scrapyard, what we probably want is something that can easily have specific blocks put in it, but I want those blocks to be hidden inside. So I think for the moment, I'll stick with small grid stuff, but I'd want to have enough room inside these for anything up to a battery, probably. I don't think I want to make it so you guys could give me a whole thruster or a whole large H2 tank. Although saying that, giving the whole tank but none of the parts could be an approach to that. But I think for the scrapyard for the moment, I think some sort of container that hides inside what has actually been delivered, because I also want to have nasty things. And I think the style of container that UFOL built, this sort of thing, could work out really nicely as a way to do it. I'm going to start with that as the idea and then attach parachutes to that. Let's go with that. 9 blocks long. Yeah, we'll go with this sort of size. I think this will be good. I also don't want to make it so big that it's basically just, here, have some steel plate. Haven't added any of the tractors yet, Dragged On? No. Am considering it, I just haven't gotten around to that, and there were other things I thought would add more to the pack more easily that I'd do first. So my general idea, my general principle around the Twitch integration thing was I would want to have anything redeemable be slightly nice, and anything, and the stuff that is on the poles can be anything from incredibly mean to incredibly nice. Because I think when the whole community gets to choose, the results tend to be a little more balanced. Yes, or outright silly like a container full of plushies. Exactly. Exactly. Oh no. I'm going to have to make a container full of plushies now. It's not part of the plan. So, I need parachutes, and this will also need power. Battery. Yeah, why do I keep doing that? Seriously! I've got this set too far away from me, that's the problem. I'm obviously going to need to paint this too. See, Edric, that's why I despise the Twitch integration, because it isn't balanced. That's why That's why I've been talking with Nev about what I have in mind for this, because I don't want that sort of integration. I don't want that sort of rubbish. To me, those Twitch integration mods, like, and 7 Days to Die style of things, honestly just feels like, hey, let's have some fun bullying a streamer. And a lot of people don't enjoy watching that, myself being one of them. I don't enjoy watching that style of content. It's something that's never appealed to me. So that's why this will be different. On the other hand, the style of thing that Capac does with Noita that it's got, Noita has a really good way of doing this, because you vote it. And so what often ends up seems to happening with him is chat will be nice, 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 and then they'll only get bad options, and then they'll just choose something horrible that kills him. Or they won't mean to, and something horrible will kill him. Not sure what letters to put on this. And like the Twitch integration in PlateUp worked well. I owe you. Nice. You know what? I'm doing that because I don't like the yellow. It is not working for me. That's a bit nicer, and then we can also do this. Doop, doop. Oops. There we go. OSD orbital supply drop. GOB good or bad? OES offering emotional support. Ooh, I like that. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, then... Basically, my idea was just to block up the ends, and I can put whatever I want inside. We've got power. I need to put canvases in the parachutes, though. If I do self-referential, I do subtle, but this is also... I'm not publishing this mod publicly. This is just for me. So it's only going to be in my content, so I don't mind a little bit. of it. little bit. Just a teensy weeny little bit. I think I might need a remote control on this. And just for symmetry, I'm putting 2. Oh. Grind that one down and get all the good bits out. Nah. I'll just not have it. I think it looks better without. Yeah, so let's give this grid a name, and then I can start making a whole bunch of variations on it. Supply drop. Template. So ideally, I want to have quite a large variety of these. The more, the better. Because if I have lots of these, I'm not going to have any clue what you guys have sent unless I'm paying very close attention to chat. Test the drop mechanics. I'm not sure the parachutes are set to deploy. That would help. You saw nothing? You saw nothing? I mean, it still worked. Why did only one deploy? Because I only set one up to deploy. I'm an idiot. Oh, man. What am I doing? How did I... Seriously. It's embarrassing. Especially since it's yet another example of me messing up parachutes on stream. Alright, this should probably have a beacon on it, shouldn't it? Probably should. I mean, we could make a variant of this that doesn't have a parachute. That is an option. If I get rid of that and that. And... okay. That works. Variant with wheels set to max speed and have to run it down. So, one of the things that's likely to happen if I put stuff on these that's obvious from a distance. I think I'm likely to just stop going after them. But things like warheads, things like the little rotor-mounted Gatling turret that I made, I'm happy with that. That's fine. And obviously empty is an option as well. And I'm fine with too. Just checking that doesn't deploy when I do that. Good, it doesn't.
Have you thought about filling them with bootleg DVDs?
I'm not sure which block would look like bootleg DVDs.
We'll have to petition Keen to add a bootleg DVD block.
Yeah. Hello, Capac. How's it going?
Yeah.
I mean, I could
Yes.
have
Shipping
one
containers.
yeah, it's going alright. I could have one that, as it drops down... Hang on, let me see if I can do this quickly. We need a cargo container. Then we need a connector. Then we need...
Do you differentiate bootleg DVDs from authentic DVDs? When the subtitles are clearly English translated from Chinese translated from English. Like with
Yeah.
the backstroke of the West. Oh, is that the small event controller block?
Yeah, it is. Event controller. Altitude equal to or less than. Select actions. Toggle block on. Toggled on. Not yet. Event controller. Did not cross the 200-meter threshold, so I did not detect it. It's gotta go higher. My thinking is, if it ejects a whole bunch of the explosives on the ground, yeah, it'll be pretty much just a... If this works, you could just have the drop components out the bottom, and that's the good stuff. You could use the little connectors. Yeah, you could do it with cola as well. With Clang Cola, just spraying it all over the place. 100 meters to go. I can't remember if explosives take damage when dropped from a height. They they do. I think they need to be hit. Yeah. But, you know, we could... the test was primarily about can we throw stuff out? And yes. If I want to gift my... If I want to potentially let you guys gift me a event controller, I can totally do that. Cool. Well, I'm pretty happy with this. This is what we've built today, Kamak.
What were those hot dogs on sticks with wings?
Oh, that was my very bad attempt at making like a DC-3 style aircraft. I just couldn't get the shape right at the front. I was just messing with different ideas and they didn't quite work out. Yeah. Timer blocks are freely built in the scrapyard. Event controllers not. Alrighty. Well, I will endeavour to find some time to add some of these things to the Scrapyard mod. I don't know when I will do that, but I'm going to focus on some editing this week. I've got a tutorial coming out, hopefully later this week after AA on Wednesday. But Kapak and I are going to go and play some Icarus right now, so I will be back in just a minute.